You're going to be a millionaire by the end of this video. Trust me, you will be on your path to being a millionaire. Because the second you're on the path, are you not there? Is the journey its own thing, or is the journey part of the destination? It is all within one. I want you to think about it like this. If you're gonna climb Mount Everest, the first step that you take onto the mountain, you're already climbing Mount Everest. That is you climbing Mount Everest. So be respectful and understanding of every phase of your journey. But here it is. If you stop looking at things as good or bad in your life, you have unlocked the millionaire potential in you. Let's say that you've gone down the wrong path. You're an addict. It's really horrible. It almost, ended your life. It was terrible, but you got through it. Now you are a coach, a teacher. You guide other people. You have a whole life and a career and a purpose around saving others. So, were those dark days, was that good or bad? That was actually the foundation. You had to go through that in order to be the teacher of it. Give another example. What if you're terrible within relationships? What if growing up you're a guy, as a teenager you're terrible with relationships, in your early 20s you feel like you can't get any women, so you're so bad within it. So what do? You finally figure it out on how to be better. The lack of it, the failure of it, made you actually get better at it. And now, again, what if you're a teacher of that? The things that we think are so bad can actually be the stepping stone. And almost all the time, it is the stepping stone for it. Right now, I guarantee, every single one of you watching is a millionaire. There's a version of you that's actually a billionaire. If you just tap into it, you follow the course, and you take out the time. Remember this. Not many people know what I'm going to say here. This is a big secret, but time doesn't exist. Nothing outside of you exists. Nothing. There's going to be other people and things that tell you to do this and sway you and all this stuff, but you have power that your brain cannot even fathom. There's powers that we'll probably never even be able to touch, because it would just be, we'd have to be so committed to that to reach that level. But you can become a multimillionaire. That's very doable. Very, very, very doable in this day and age. There's more success, more chances and opportunities of massive success than there has ever been in any time in history. But you also have the weakest people that just have no willpower. So you're already ahead. You're already there. You just need to stop looking at situations as so bad, so good, and just, hey, it's all it is. I am. Stay the course. Now, I'm going to add this as well. If you can get rid of this, you will excel massively towards your goal. What is it that I'm talking about? It's finding a problem. Don't find a problem. So many of us are wired to be in frantic mode and worry about everything, and then when it's kind of good, where it's like, okay, maybe I got to find a problem with something. Have you ever, you'll get something really great, life is really good, and you're almost like, okay, this isn't good enough. I want more. You created a problem. You created this problem that things aren't good enough, so now you need more. It's a problem. Don't create more problems because you're familiar with it. When you start seeing yourself go that route, stop it immediately. The more aware you can be about what you say, what you do, how you respond to situations, that's what millionaires do. That's what billionaires do. Millionaires and billionaires have an extremely high stress tolerance. They do. And that's exactly what I'm talking here. Is not allowing the 3D, not allowing things to be bad or catastrophic or this or that, overcoming everything and going with the flow and never giving up. You have to be so determined and have such a relentless willpower towards your goals. You know, for myself, I know I'm the greatest manifestation mentor mindset coach of all time. I am so famous. I mean, I'm up there with the best of the best. I've been saying that to myself and it keeps happening. But now, even in that, I'll have times where I'm like, I don't know. What if I fail? What if this happens? And I do not let that voice take over. Shut it down immediately. You know, even with me saying that, maybe you think, oh gosh, Adonis, why don't you humble up? I am extremely, you don't even know. The other night, it was literally last night, I'm out here, I live in Vegas, and I'm on the strip walking around. We're going out to this club, the group that I'm with, and this guy comes up to me and he's like, oh my gosh, Adonis, bro, it's you. I love your stuff. And that made my whole day. That was the greatest part of the day. You know, I was out having fun. We went to a hockey game, all this cool stuff, but that moment made my day. Because I don't ever think of myself as so great. Like I really try to adopt that absolute GOAT mindset. But there's still part of me that's like, wow, is this really happening? So that was awesome. And brother, if you see us, by the way, you're freaking awesome. Be so aware of that. It's very tough. You know, we want to overcome as much as we can, you know, because if we fall into that feeling of despair and, oh, maybe I'm not the best, you're not going to be the best and you're going to miss out on opportunities. You have to fully conquer and dominate over everything. You have to know that you're the absolute best. So, my friend, if you have watched this whole video, I know KNOW that you are going to be a multi-millionaire. The law of detachment, hands down, my favorite law of the universe in this regard, that it gets you to a place of contentment and being the freaking man or the goddess faster than anything else. I'm in my freaking Rolls Royce Cullinan right now. Shooting stars. You might see some. Every time I see it, it's still so awesome. It never gets old. And I use the law of detachment to get my Rolls Royce Cullinan. Fully detached from it. Fully detached from the 3D. You need to eliminate the desire, the need, the like fast-paced need. You know what I'm talking about. You know who you are. If you're working on that patience, you need to work on that. With law of detachment, you know within your mind who you are and what it is that you desire, and you make it happen, regardless of 3D circumstances. Imagine this. This is one of my favorite ways to imagine this. You get in a time machine. Let's make it even better. You open your eyes, you wake up, and there's God standing right in front of you. And you hear God say, everything's going to happen. Everything you desire is happening. You made it. You're the multimillionaire. You have that freaking amazing SP. Maybe you have a couple SPs. Myself. Oh. Everything that you desire has come to pass. I want you to go forth, relax, and live. But make me proud. Be courageous. Do not fear. And don't hope. You heard me. Don't hope. No. K-N-O-W. No. Now you wake up. Oh my gosh. I just heard God tell me everything's going to be good. Everything's happened. I know it's okay. I just got to give it my best. I can do this. If you can envision that and create that within your mind, because that's what reality is. All of this is happening in your mind. You don't know. You don't know if this is real. I don't know if there is anything truly outside of me. Something we can never know. We try to base our world, this matrix, around logic. It makes us feel better.
The 701 because apparently it was too goddamn sexy. Then they replaced it with a not as big as we wanted P-twin so they could be like everybody else.
Thanks for feeling cool. You don't know, but you can create that knowing.
I should know because I've been following these damn bikes for almost a decade. Anyways, KTM acquired Husqvarna in 2013, and they wanted to swing their big, flaccid thumpers in everyone's face by hiring Austrian design house Kiska to launch some badass road bikes. Concepts of the following these damn bikes for almost a decade. Anyways, KTM acquired Husqvarna in 2013, and they wanted to swing their big, flaccid thumpers in everyone's face by hiring Austrian design house Kiska to launch some badass road bikes.
You just detach, let go, and just
of the ultra sleek futuristic thumper leaked in 2014, which was 4 years before it hit dealership floors in 2018. Its release didn't do as well as everyone hoped, and several recalls later, Husqvarna eventually pulled the plug on the Smart Peelant 701 and the V Peelant in 2020. So a bigger 901 engine was rumored for nearly 2 years, which seems pretty enticing, right? That's a big jump, 690 to 890. Bigger engine, more power, more fun. But that's not what we got. Just gonna wait a lot more. We got 100 more cc's, which is a little bit disappointing from the rumor that's been going around for 2 years, the 901. But we pretty much got a Duke 790 for people with taste. Zing. So this is a 790cc twin cylinder, which was reintroduced by CF Moto for the KTM 790 Duke and the KTM 790 Adventure last year, as well as some of CF Moto's own motorcycles. It's boasting a base horsepower, well, alleged, mind you, 105 with 64 foot-pounds of torque, which is a nice step up from the 2020 701 75 horsepower and 53 foot-pounds of torque. This is actually a little bit more than I thought it was going to be. It's got some fully adjusted WP Apex suspension that you'll likely never fiddle with, but this update comes with a swath of rider aids and electronics. Swing! 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 So we've got Supermoto ABS, which allows for some rear wheel sliding action. Cornering ABS, lean sensitive traction control, and an up and down quick shifter, which for the love of God, I hope it's better than the crunchy ass one that they put on this guy. And it's got full phone connectivity with a 5-inch 5 TFT. Oh my God. Who, for the love of sweet Austrian Jesus Christ, came up with this Petri dish hockey puck BS? By the way, I live in Texas and it stops working when it's hot out, which is most of the year. Apparently you can customize your 801 Smart Order with an optional dynamic mode, which allows access to 10 levels of wheel slip control, including disabling it altogether, because disabling it on this is still an enigma to me. Cruise control, engine braking modulation, and 5 levels anti-wheelie assist. Why would you get it without all these bells and whistles? I don't know, but it's your life, you do what you want. It's also rumored to be coming out with a factory lowering kit, even though they haven't specified how tall the seat height is yet. Unless you are really vertically challenged, like maybe some members on my Discord. I wouldn't get it. If you can put 1 foot down, you're fine. There's also no confirmation on price, but hopefully it's better than the 10.4 that this came out on the dealership 4 ads. Look, Ducati just came out with an absolutely sexy, motarded 659 Super Quadrero mountain bike, okay? They didn't ditch the single-cylinder life for the sake of the emerging middle-class weight trends. So I'm a little bit bummed about that, not gonna lie. I mean, if we're being honest here, I didn't even know what a thumper was until I'd already ridden 2020 Smart Peeling 701. Oh, in the snow. That was a historic blizzard year.
Houston, and look at this neighborhood, still in darkness. More than 620,000 waking up without power in Texas this morning.
But I've never looked back. I am a little bit bummed about that, but with the bumminess aside, I am 100% stoked on these upgrades. Don't get me wrong, less can be more. But this 801 would have been absolutely stellar parked behind my Access R900, RIP, and my R9T, RIP. I'm also really glad that Husqvarna didn't stick with that super energy drink fueled pseudo street camo aesthetics. I didn't like it. I'm not a big fan of the black either. This coffee espresso was the whole reason I chose this Fart over the VPLM. They're kind of the same thing anyways. And also, what was with that teaser? Don't show me a Fart peeling on ice unless you're gonna give me a pair of studded tires at the dealership. Would I buy one? Yes, I would. Now, would I trade mine in for the new one? No. You'll have to pull the thumper from my cold, dead hands.
Welcome to MCN and Husqvarna Svartpillen 801. Now, before we go on to decide about whether this bike is any good or not, I suppose the first thing we need to do is decide what it is. This MCN video has been produced in partnership with Bike Shore Insurance. In simple terms, this is a KTM 790 Duke in different clothes, but it's a little bit more than that. So Husqvarna, their models compared to KTM's are generally calmer, a little bit more refined. This are 700, the Ducati Scrambler, of course. All of those bikes have got a similar look. They're all cheaper, but they haven't got the performance of this bike. So the only sort of nakeds that have got this kind of performance are the more conventional road-going nakeds. So the MT-09 and the Street Triple R. And they're both cheaper than this bike as well. So, and they're a little bit more rounded. They're kind of more bikes you would use every day. You'll go on holiday on, you'd scratch around, do track days or whatever. Whereas this is kind of a
This container ID, as you can see, this is just a unique ID. It's created from a SHA-256 hash, and it's just a random hash that Docker creates for you as an identifier for the container. Just an ID number, nothing fancy. The image, you guys can probably guess what this is just the name of the image that was used to create this container. This command column, this is actually the default command that was ran whenever you created this container. And created, again, this is just the date and time that the container was created. The status, and let me slide this bad boy over so you guys can see the rest of this. All right, So the status right here is the status of the container. Of course, pretty self-explanatory there, but this actually is not going to make a lot of sense until we talk about the life cycle of containers, but that's later on down in a future video. For right now, just this is the status of the container. That's good for now. Now these ports right here, which we don't see any, this is also, we're going to touch on this more later on, but in case you just want to know exactly what they are, it's a list of container ports mapped to the host. And last but not least, the names column is the names assigned to a container. Now, fun fact, we can actually specify our own name. Now, if we don't specify our own name for a container, then Docker is going to create a random one for us. And that is why you see these kind of weird looking names right here. Just a random name. If you want to override that, kind of like you can default command, you can, but that is the basics of the columns whenever you list out your containers. Now, the next two commands I want to talk to you guys about are the create and start commands. Now, you guys can probably figure out just by the name what these do, but you're probably scratching your head because, okay, these commands apparently are going to create a container and then start a container, but didn't we already learn how to do that through this run command? Well, believe it or not, this run command is actually a shortcut for these two separate commands. If you do create plus start, it basically is the same thing as running this run command. Now, what's the point of having all these commands which apparently do the same thing? Well, let's go ahead and break it down right now. So instead of run, I'm just going to go ahead and create this hello world container. Now, real quick, what this command is going to do is, again, to be specific, it's going to create a container from this specified image, and it's going to prepare it to be ran on your operating system, but it's not actually going to run the container itself. So whenever I run this, you see that we now get this back right here. Okay, what the heck is this? Did someone just hack my computer? Not exactly. So whenever we just run the create command, what it does, it returns the ID of the container that was just created. Now we can see this or verify it if we run docker container LSA like we just did a few minutes ago. And all right, forgot all my my screen size issues again. But what was this up here? FAAC35, and we can now see FAAC35. This is the ID of that very first or most recent container created 23 seconds ago. All right, fair enough. Now, another thing that I want to point out that I probably should have just right then was this. Now, aside from just saying that, okay, yep, that's the right ID, this is the container created now 50 seconds ago, the status is now created. That's interesting, because all the rest of these containers that we created that were created using the run command, their status is exited. But this one is just created. All right, so what exactly is going on here? Now, believe it or not, this concept may actually be easiest to understand if we just go ahead and run the start command itself. So before I run the start command, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this container ID. And another thing to note is that whenever you're referencing a container, you don't actually need to copy the entire ID. You just need this little snippet. So let me go ahead and run this command, which is docker container start. Now I'm going to include another flag, which is -a. And -a in this case, it means attach or basically print any output from this container right into our terminal. If we didn't include it, then you just couldn't see any of the output. So I'm going to start this container right here, which is FAAC yada yada tomato tomato. So now let's go ahead and start that. And okay, it looks like it kind of just did what run did earlier on. But now let me go ahead and run this command again, which lists all our containers. And all right, so this was a container we just created and ran. And before, that's interesting. Let me scroll back up here. So before it said status created, but then after we started it, it now says status exited. So why did that happen? Well, this container, whenever it runs, it has one simple job. It gets created, it runs or starts, and its only job is to print stuff out on the screen, and then it exits. It's a very simple program, kind of a worthless server if you want to think of it like that, but that's kind of the mini life cycle that happened. So again, just to reiterate some of these concepts, the create command, what this does is it just creates a container from the specified image and it prepares it to run on your operating system. Now the start command just starts the container. It's basically like starting or booting up your computer after you installed an operating system or something. Now the run command is a shortcut to tie both of those together, where if you just ran the create command and then the start command right after, since people just kept doing that all the time over and over again, Docker just unified that by creating that run command, and that's where we're going to be sticking to most of the time. But that is your little knowledge of all those commands. And the last thing I want to do before I let you guys go is just show you guys a quick trick, not even trick, just a command to clean up all your containers. So we already know that, okay, if we list out all our containers, we get all this stuff. Now, how do I clear those out? Well, if you run docker system prune, and then you can just use the flag all, and this all just says remove all unused images, not just dangling ones. And again, I don't want to introduce too much stuff in this tutorial, but a dangling image is just one that is not tagged and is not referenced by another container. Again, you don't need to know dangling containers or tags or anything like this. Just want to show you guys how to clean up all your containers for now. You'll understand this in the future video, but for now, let's just run this. Yes, verify that that is what I want to do. Okay, look, you got all this memory back. Very cool. And now, jeez, drag racing going on outside. Now, if I run this command again, you'll see all your containers are now cleaned up. So, a lot of information in that tutorial. I'll give you guys a little bit time to absorb that. But again, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Alrighty guys, welcome back to another video, and in this one we're going to be covering how to view logs, how to stop and how to kill containers. Not as violent as it sounds, but that's what we have to look forward to. But for now, let's just go ahead and jump into how to view logs. So typically these are going to be like server logs, errors you're going to be looking at, but we don't have any of those fancy server schmervers set up right now. So we'll just make some fake logs real quick, and we will do that using Docker container. And we're going to create a very simple busybox container, and we'll just run ls is the default command. So we're going to be listing out the contents of a directory. Again, these will just simulate fake logs for right now, just so we have something to view on the screen. So what we want to do is copy this container ID, and then we can run docker container start. And all right, now before I hit enter and it actually starts this container, I want to point out one thing. In the last video, what I did is whenever I wanted to start it, I included that little -a flag right in between these little keywords right here, the start and the ID. Now I did that because I said that -a flag attaches the output of this container, which is going to be the contents displayed from this ls command, right in the terminal. But now when I exclude that -a and I run this command anyways, we just get back the ID in, okay. Even though ls was the default command, we didn't see that output. Again, like I said, because I excluded that -a. So this is going to simulate the logs. Now, what if we actually want to go back and view the output? Well, the first thing you need is the ID of your container, which you're trying to view the logs for. And very simple, docker container. I want to view the logs for this container ID. Very simple command, hit enter, and there you go. So again, like I said, these logs are typically going to be error files, warnings, something more informational, but for now, to learn the logs command, it's a fine example. Now, the next concept I want to go over is how to stop and how to kill a container and the slight difference between either one. Now, in order to understand this concept, we actually need a container that runs a little bit longer than we have seen our previous containers run, and that is because of this. We know whenever we create a container that just does something simple like list out the contents of a directory, it basically starts right up, it print something on the screen and then it just exits right away. Well, that's cool for those examples, but whenever I'm teaching you guys how to stop and kill a container, we need something longer to run in the background so it kind of emulates an actual server. So instead of just listing stuff out on the screen, since that's just gonna exit right away, we'll do something longer. And actually, let me show you guys what's going on. We're gonna stick a process called ping in there, and we can put ping google.com. And what happens here is it just starts going to google.com server and saying, are you online? Are you online? Are you online? And it's just a process that's a little bit longer running, so we can keep our container living for a longer amount of time, so I can demonstrate these examples. So in order to do that, I'm just gonna create a container. We can use busybox as our image. And for the default command, instead of ls, since that's just gonna terminate right away, we can throw something called ping Google in there, and then whenever we start it, that container is going to be running until we learn how to stop or kill it, which is the entire point of this little section right here. So I'm going to create it, and remember, it's not actually hitting Google server right now, not until we start it. So let's go ahead and start it right now by copying the ID and do docker container start and OK. So right now it's started, and in the background, it's hitting Google just like we saw. Are you online? Are you online? Are you online? And we can actually verify that by running docker container LSA and seeing, okay, yes, indeed, the status was created 50 seconds ago and it is up, which means it's currently running right now. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to stop this process. Like, okay, we hit Google enough. Let's just go ahead and stop it by running docker container stop and put the ID in. Now, what I want you to do is listen to my keyboard whenever I hit the enter or return button. So check it out. All right, I just hit it and seems to be taking a little bit longer than anticipated. All right, that's interesting. It seemed it took around 10 seconds. Now, in fact, that command took exactly 10 seconds. Now, why is that? Well, the ping command, and this is a fun fact, is that it's one of the programs that actually ignores these stop commands. Now, typically what happens is that whenever Docker issues a stop command to this container, that container does some cleanup. Now, if you wrote any applications and you did any cleanup functionality, it just gives the chance for the application to run any processes that are necessary before it just shuts down immediately, since that may mess up a few things. Now, I say this because since this ping command just ignores these stop commands by Docker, what Docker does is whenever a process is ignoring these commands, whenever you're trying to stop the container, is it gives it 10 seconds to clean up max. And if it's still not stopped after that 10 seconds, Docker is just going to kill it immediately. So you can think of it like stop is a command that Docker issues to say, please, can you stop? I'm asking you nicely, and I'm going to give you 10 seconds. All right, so why do I say that? Well, if we go ahead and do docker container start and start that same container, and we can see docker container. All right, so now that same ping one is running, status up, there you go. Now, instead of just stop, what I'm gonna do this time is kill it with Docker. Now, killing a container, Docker isn't gonna be so polite in this case. Instead of saying, will you please shut down? I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to kind of prepare, do all that nice stuff. Docker kill is a little bit more cutthroat, where whenever I run this, it's just gonna kill it right away. It doesn't really care about ping shutdown process, whatever. It's like, yo, you need to go, boom, bullet in the head. If containers had heads, that is, of course. But anyways, that's the difference between stop and kill. And also why whenever you run the stop command, you may see some containers hang for up to 10 seconds. So again, a lot of information, but that's the basics of how to view logs, the difference between stopping and killing a container whenever you want to bring it down. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Alrighty guys, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be learning how to remove and also inspect containers. Sounds pretty exciting. I know. So let's go ahead and just view all the containers that we have so far. So I'm going to do Docker container LSA, and okay. I mean, a lot of these we just don't need anymore. It's in fact kind of embarrassing how many containers I have on my computer right now. So I want to start getting rid of some of them. So this one, pinggoogle.com, definitely not going to be using this again. So let's figure out how to remove it. Now, the first thing I'm going to want to do is copy this container ID right there. And a very simple command to remove any container, you can do docker container rm, and then you can paste in the container ID. All right, it looks like it was removed. Now, just to confirm, yes, all of them are still there instead of this individual one, CB71, which was just removed. Now, another thing that I want to point out, and it's probably not going to happen in this example, but removing a container is sometimes going to fail. And this happens whenever you have some processes that are running inside your container. Remember that weird edge case that we saw last time? Either way, the point I'm trying to make is if you ever need to force removal of a container, and let's say docker container rm, and then the container ID itself, and by the way, this is this container ID I'm using for this little example. If this command ever bugs out and fails and you need to force removal, right after this rm, you can do -f, and this is just going to force removal. So again, if you ever get any errors, then you can force it and it'll clean it up. Remove it from your computer. Nice little tip. Now, another cool command is inspect. Now, the inspect command allows you to view more detailed information, and I mean a lot of information about a container, a lot more that's just on one of these lines. Now, to demonstrate that, let me just grab any random container ID, and that is docker container inspect, and then you can just paste in the container ID. Now, what this is going to return is actually a list, and this is formatted JSON. So lots of information about your container, not only the ID, the creation date, the image, yada yada. You guys can go through this if you want and see all of the different fields. But just want to show you guys what inspect does. It returns JSON. So this might be useful if you're, let's say, creating a digital currency network and you need to simulate an entire peer-to-peer network on your own computer and you want to view information about each node, but like, who would do that? That's just a crazy example. No one's going to make this entire digital currency network. Now, last but not least, and I know I mentioned this in a previous video, but I just want to reiterate since I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty common command, especially if you're just getting started learning Docker. That is how to delete all containers from your system, and that is docker system prune. And if you do -- all, this is going to wipe everything, including the cache. So you can run this and just verify yes. And another thing to note is whenever you run this, it is going to have to re-download from Docker Hub any containers that you had before. So that's fine. Cleaned up some space. And now just to verify, if I list out all my current containers, I have nothing, a nice clean system. So I thought I was going to have time to talk about exec in this video, but there's a lot to that, so I'll actually break it up into the next video. But for now, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. Alrighty guys, welcome back to another video, and in this one, I'm going to show you guys how to run a command in an already running container. Okay, sounds like Inception kind of. Why would we want to do this? Well, imagine that we have a service like Redis running on our computer. Now, let's just go ahead and start with this right now. So Docker container will run a Redis container right now. So I already have it downloaded from Docker Hub. It may take a little bit longer for you, but whenever you have a Redis container running, just keep it running in this tab and pop open a new tab, because this is how it would work in a real daily workflow. So you want to keep this Redis service running, but maybe in a separate process, you want to run the Redis CLI so you can, connect to it, configure something about Redis, debug it, all while Redis is actually running in a separate process. So now that we have that running in the background, let me just go ahead and run docker container LSA, and that is because we're going to need a reference to this Redis container's ID right here. So go ahead and copy that. And now that we have Redis running, we're ready to tap into it. So how do we do this? Well, if we run docker container exec, what this allows us to do is it allows us to run a command inside an existing container. So if you imagine this like a server, we're basically SSHing into this server so we can run an additional command. That is going to be the Redis CLI. So exec. Now after this, we're going to pass in the IT flags. This is essentially going to say that whenever you run this command, we want to be able to interact with it and provide input. So that's what that flag means. And after this, we're just going to paste in the container ID of the container that we're trying to connect to. Now in this container, the last thing before you hit enter is what is the name of the program that you're trying to run? And ours is just called the Redis CLI. So again, what this is going to do is it's going to run the Redis CLI directly inside this container. So I'm going to hit enter and look at this. We get our nice little interactive prompt where we can now interact with Redis using the Redis CLI. So just to show you guys that it does work, I'll just pass it in help. Yep, nothing bugged out. And for the Redis CLI, if you hit exit, then it exits it. All right, so now we're back to basics. Now, just to demonstrate real quick the impact that that IT flag has is if we run this exact same command, again, the container ID didn't change, but we just exclude that IT flag. I just deleted it. I'm gonna hit enter now. Okay, so this Redis CLI does run because that's what we instructed it to do. But as you can see, it just exits right away because we don't have anywhere to, interact or input text or anything. Now, another interesting thing is anytime you just want to shell into a container, like straight up SSH style, what you can do is you can use that IT flag again. Remember, anytime you want to interact, that's what we do. Now, instead of Redis CLI, we can just pass in sh program, and there we go. Now we just get a simple prompt where we can, cd, ls, yada, yada, all your fun stuff. Now to exit from this, you can either hit Command D on a Mac or you can type exit, and there you go. Now the last thing I want to point out, and this has nothing to do with exec, I just don't know where else in this tutorial series to talk about it, but that is anytime you want to start a container with shell right away, then what you can do is you can run docker container run and include the IT flag so you can interact with it via your terminal. And we'll just use BusyBox since we know that this image, which we're going to be creating a container out of, it does include all those Unix commands. And after this, you can put the default command of sh right away. So whenever you create this container and run it, then you get your command prompt right away. Of course, you can do ls, la, all that fun stuff. And wow, home. This is what Docker views me as, just some nobody. Wow, Docker, that one stinks. Okay, so let's just exit out of here. And yeah, since Docker threw me into kind of a depression there, I think I'll end on that video and go think about life a little bit. So anyways, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. All right, y'all, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys how to create custom images in Docker. Now, I just want to preface this by saying that there are actually a couple different techniques we can use to create images in Docker. This one is the more manual process. It's not the one that you're typically going to be using, but the reason I want to teach this first is to give you guys a nitty-gritty detailed breakdown of exactly what's going on. It's just going to make the future concepts easier to understand. Now, this technique specifically is going to involve taking an existing image, applying some changes on top of that, and in this case, it's just going to be installing some new software. We're going to be installing Redis. And then once we have all the changes made, we're more or less going to take a snapshot of those changes and say, this is our new image. So the first thing that we're going to need is a base image. And for this, we can just use Alpine, which is a very stripped down basic version of Linux. And we also want to run it in interactive mode so we can provide input. So -it. And another thing I want to do is I want to give this container a name. So Bucky's container, let's just call it something really easy. And again, this is just so later on we can refer to the container without using those, random strings, those hash values. So, all right, we want to run a container and we want it to be called Bucky's container. And what do we want to use? We can just use Alpine. Let me minimize my screen here. So we're going to use Alpine, the latest version. And then we're just going to say as a default command, just give us shell. So, all right, it's not finding it locally. So it just downloaded this from Docker Hub. And all right, so with this base Alpine image, we now have a container running on our system that we can make some changes to. So what do we want to do? Like I said, the only package or software that we're going to be installing is Redis, just to get something real simple up there. So APK, this is the built-in package manager that came with Alpine. And what we want to do to install Redis is just say add, update, make sure we're getting all the latest version, Redis right there. All right, so nice and quick, what it did is basically installed Redis on our Alpine base image. So now what we're looking at is a container with Redis installed. Pretty simple. So what I want to do now is actually exit out of here and we can review our containers by going docker container lsa. All right, now let me expand this and okay. So what we are looking at here is our one container. It's called Bucky's container and it has Redis installed on it. So now what we would like to do is basically use this container and take a snapshot of it and create an image from that. So what we'll end up with is a brand new image with Redis installed on it. So to do that, again, it's docker container commit. Now this commit keyword is the one that actually creates the new image from this Bucky's container. Now, another thing that I want to point out is if you read the definition of this command online or in Docker's documentation, they technically don't say create a new image from a container. What they say is we're going to be creating a new image from a container's changes. So technically what this is doing is it's not just creating something brand new. It's taking that base image and applying those changes to it. And in our case, that just involves installing Redis and it creates a new image from that. Again, this isn't really important for where we are now in our learning and our knowledge. It's essentially how Docker makes the image creation process more efficient, among other things. But again, we just want to look at the different methods of creating containers right now. So, just some nice little background info for you. So anyways, back to the meat and potatoes of this. Whenever you run docker container commit, the first argument we're going to pass in is what is the container that you want to use as a source? And well, we only have one container that we have Redis installed on, so not too many options there. The next one is what do you want your new image to be named? And I'm just going to name mine creatively Bucky's image. So all we're doing is we're saying, hey Docker, can you create a new image called Bucky's image from Bucky's container? And once we hit enter, it says yes, and it gives us back the ID. So now we can actually verify that we have the image created by doing docker image ls, and look at that, 3780-1e, 3780-1e, new image called Bucky's image, looking good. Now, if we want to use this image to create and run a new container, then we already know how to do that. Just clear some of this out. So I'm gonna do docker container run Bucky's image. Now remember, this image is a blueprint for, basically a stripped down version of Linux with Redis installed on it, but the Redis server isn't actually running on it. The software is installed, but no process is running. So the default command for this, or the startup command, if I could type, is Redis server. So now when I hit enter, it's gonna take Bucky's image, start up a container from it, and then run the Redis server, and there you go. So just to verify that this is indeed working as expected, if you pop over to a new tab, we can just test it out by running the Redis CLI on this container, or in this container. Interesting, how would you say that? Any hoots. So first, let's just check out our containers using Docker container LSA, and what do we got? All right, so we have this first one that was created from the Alpine image, and remember we did that at the very beginning of this video. And then we have this new container that was created from Bucky's image, and this is running the Redis server. So this is the one we're just gonna tap into real quick and make sure everything's working correctly. So what we can do, and let me see the name of that one. All right, probably should have gave our new one a custom name, but apparently Docker decided to name it Laughing Matsumoto. I don't know what that means. Probably whoever does know how to pronounce that is laughing at me right now. But anywho, moving on. So Docker container, and we just want to run a command in that. And of course, we're going to need our interactive prompt and the container name, Laughing Matsumoto. It's actually a pretty cool name. And what is our default command we want to run here? Well, let's just run Redis CLI. All right, so it looks like we are now running Redis CLI in this container. And what command can I run? Just help. All right, so run the help command, make sure everything is working correctly, and there you go. So again, that is one technique that you can use to create custom images. Again, it's not the technique that you're going to be typically using. This is more of a manual technique, but lucky for us, in the next tutorial, we're going to be looking at an easier way to create images using Docker, and that is through a Docker file. It's going to be awesome, make our life a whole lot easier. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, yeah, welcome back to another tutorial. And in this lesson, we're going to be taking a look at how to create images from a Docker file. Now, in the last video, we already covered how to create images. So why do we need to know this new process? Well, admittedly, the last technique, it wasn't the best. It was a bit manual, not very scalable. It was error prone. And to be honest, it's just easy to forget the steps. Like if someone asked me tomorrow, how did you create that image? I'm going to have to remember everything. And counting on my memory is never a good idea. So instead, what we can use is something called a Docker file. And this is all it is really just the configuration file to tell Docker how it should create our image. And in very basic terms, it allows us to replace everything that we did in the last video with one file. All right, sounds pretty cool. So let's get to it. Now, the first thing we're actually going to need is a new empty folder, a new empty directory. So I'm just going to cd to my desktop. And all right, so let me just make a directory called temp and cd into temp. All right, so ls, nothing in here. I'm in a brand new directory called temp. What I want to do now is I just want to create the actual text file called Docker file. So I'm going to use nano since, you know, everyone watching can follow along. And the name of this file is Docker file. It doesn't have any extension. You need to make sure that the case is proper, uppercase D, not txt, not Docker, not anything. Just create a file called Docker file. That's it. Now, before we get into the meat of what is going to go into this file, I want to kind of talk about how I visualize it in my head. Whenever I'm creating a Docker file, I imagine it like I'm turning on a computer for the very first time. I just installed everything, hooked up the power supply, plugged it into the wall, hit the on button, and there you go. So we have a blank computer. It doesn't have an operating system installed. It doesn't have any software. It doesn't have anything, just a plain blank computer. So kind of like the last video, the first thing that we need to do is install our base image, or in other words, our base operating system. So very first line, we're going to use the keyword free. Doesn't have anything, just a plain blank computer. So kind of like the last video, the first thing that we need to do. All right. Alrighty guys, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be learning how to remove and also inspect containers. Sounds pretty exciting. I know. So let's go ahead and just view all the containers that we have. Alrighty guys, welcome back to another video. And in this one, we're going to be covering how to view logs, how to stop and how to kill containers. Not as violent as it sounds, but that's what we have to look forward to. But for now, let's just go ahead and jump into how to view logs. So typically these are going to be like server logs, errors you're going to be looking at, but we don't have any of those fancy server schmervers set up right now. So we'll just make some fake logs real quick, and we will do that using Docker container. And we're going to create a very simple busybox container, and we'll just run ls is the default command. So we're going to be listing out the contents of a directory. Again, these will just simulate fake logs for right now, just so we have something to view on the screen. So what we want to do is copy this container ID, and then we can run docker container start. And all right, now before I hit enter and it actually starts this container, I want to point out one thing. In the last video, what I did is whenever I wanted to start it, I included that little -a flag right in between these little keywords right here, the start and the ID. Now I did that because I said that -a flag attaches the output of this container, which is going to be the contents displayed from this ls command, right in the terminal. But now when I exclude that -a and I run this command anyways, we just get back the ID in, okay. Even though ls was the default command, we didn't see that output. Again, like I said, because I excluded that -a. So this is going to simulate the logs. Now, what if we actually want to go back and view the output? Well, the first thing you need is the ID of your container, which you're trying to view the logs for, and very simple, docker container. I want to view the logs for this container ID. Very simple command, hit enter, and there you go. So again, like I said, these logs are typically going to be error files, warnings, something more informational, but for now, to learn the logs command, it's a fine example. Now, the next concept I want to go over is how to stop and how to kill a container and the slight difference between either one. Now, in order to understand this concept, we actually need a container that runs a little bit longer than we have seen our previous containers run, and that is because of this. We know whenever we create a container that just does something simple like list out the contents of a directory, it basically starts right up, it prints something on the screen, and then it just exits right away. Well, that's cool for those examples, but whenever I'm teaching you guys how to stop and kill a container, we need something longer to run in the background so it kind of emulates an actual server. So instead of just listing stuff out on the screen, since that's just going to exit right away, we'll do something longer. And actually, let me show you guys what's going on. We're going to stick a process called ping in there, and we can put ping google.com. And what happens here is it just starts going to google.com server and saying, are you online? Are you online? Are you online? And it's just a process that's a little bit longer running, so we can keep our container living for a longer amount of time, so I can demonstrate these examples. So in order to do that, I'm just going to create a container. We can use busybox as our image. And for the default command, instead of ls, since that's just going to terminate right away, we can throw something called ping Google in there. And then whenever we start it, that container is going to be running until we learn how to stop or kill it, which is the entire point of this little section right here. So I'm going to create it, and remember, it's not actually hitting Google server right now, not until we start it. So let's go ahead and start it right now by copying the ID and do docker container start and okay. So right now it's started, and in the background, it's hitting Google just like we saw. Are you online? Are you online? Are you online? And we can actually verify that by running docker container lsa and seeing, okay, yes, indeed, the status was created 50 seconds ago and it is up, which means it's currently running right now. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to stop this process. Like, okay, we hit Google enough. Let's just go ahead and stop it by running docker container stop and put the ID in. Now, what I want